Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back with more Daemon Machina. With hopefully what will be the last day before I get the DLC finished and the Platinum Trophy. So, pretty much what I have left is there's like 6 armor sets. I forget the exact number, but something like that. We need to win, I think it's 18 card games. And then I need to collectively get 5 music pieces and 5 logs. And then I'm also gonna chip away at the DLC. So pretty much, I think I'm gonna either start off with a side quest or with the DLC first. Okay, so there is a side quest here, which will give me a bunch of logs if I do that. Maybe we'll do the DLC first. Try to get at least one boss fight in for the new content, and then we'll start the trophy hunting. Our next DLC boss is over there. So in terms of music and logs, I will get a number of them when I knock out other achievements. Like I think I get some music from like completing armor sets or winning all the card matches. And then there's some logs that show up during side quests, and if I need a few extra, I do have a list ready to just knock out those trophies. But we'll start with the DLC story to do at least one more boss fight, and then we'll probably jump into trophy hunting after that. I think I want to try to focus on probably boss fights before I go for log hunting, and then we'll go for the side quests I haven't done yet. Because there are some side quests, I don't know if they're set to show up at the table or if they unlocked because I like redid one of the boss fights. And I can always check the table later on, and I'll probably find some things I need to do there. Assuming they load in. Or I just have to look up where the NPCs are for the quests that don't show up at the table. Like the one when I was talking to Raven there. And I'm still kind of hoping that the DLC has some kind of vlogs or music so I can just get multiple things knocked out. But so far I haven't seen any drop. I do keep forgetting that they use a big hammer and just knock people halfway across the map. Just one more. And I'm just kinda grabbing whatever as far as gear. Because I don't know if there's gonna be much that I would do to change out my gear at this point.
これで最後だといいんだけど。
そうだな。そのはずだ。
セキュリティへの不正なアクセスを検知。直ちに警戒プロトコルをフェーズ2へ移行。繰り返す。セキュリティへの不正なアクセスを検知。直ちに警戒プロトコルをフェーズ2へ移行。
当時？
おいおい、わしはまだ何もやってねえって。
もうしつこいのよ。あんたたちモテないでしょ。損傷は問題ない。戦闘継続中。
損傷は軽微だ。戦闘を継続する。
One more.
まだやられすぎ。
サポートするって言ってたけど、なんかサポートになってなくない？合体がいい人って態度もでかいけどさ、本当わかってる？
めんどくねえ。
キャラだと思ってる？自分の非はキャラでごまかせないからね。
いや、やけど。
まったく足だからね。
とんでもねえな。
Laser machine gun. Looks like another new weapon. But probably not one I'll use.
今ビリッときた。
異常な帯電エリアがあるな。近づくんじゃないぞ。
Grab that one because it has a bunch of slots. Still want to see if I can hopefully find some logs or something in one of these areas, but no logs so far. Even if they're my story ones, which is kind of why I was hoping to find some. Because I feel like I only need to find like one or two more, and it would be nice to find them naturally as opposed to just looking up a list of where some are. Not go full charge time feels like a weirdly specific attachment, and probably one I'll never use as a result. like nothing here. So that was a big chunk of damage that I didn't expect. I'm guessing was the railgun. Before we drop down, let's check the other path to see if there's anything major. Like, while it's neat that the DLC added a bunch of new, like, armor and weapons, it does kind of seem like they didn't add any major collectibles as far as, like, lore things. Which is the one thing that I need for trophies. And Ducky, welcome in. I'm doing alright. First day of my 5-day vacation's going pretty well. And hoping to get a bunch of games finished up this week. This and Near Replicant. If I finish up Near Replicant quick enough, I think I'm gonna do the Castlevania The Adventure, which is the Game Boy game. Unless I decide I just want to end off on a really chill game, in which case it'll probably be Katamari. Nothing else here. No, I play Nintendo games. I will probably do like a Donkey Kong Bonanza stream to finish up the DLC for that. It just kind of depends on how quickly I finish the other games I'm working on. But Donkey Kong, I want to do the special event that they're having this weekend. Would I be interested in the Kingdom Come games? I've seen them, but I've never looked into them. I think from what I've seen, it seems like a little much as far as open world. Also, I think they're like first person, which didn't click with me on the games I've tried. Unless I'm mixing it up with a different one. It's one of those, if I were to pick those up, it probably wouldn't be anytime soon. Yeah, Skyrim didn't really click with me. I fell off of Skyrim like 20 hours in. I also tried Fallout, and Fallout didn't really click with me at one point. I tried a couple Fallouts. I did 3, and then I tried 76 just to see what it was like, and neither really hit me. So I don't think there's anything, and there's something over there. So it looks like main path is Okay, that's definitely in the boss room. We'll just clear out each route. I will say, as far as like historical games, my interest tends to be more with like grand strategy games, but I also don't think that those are very good stream games. At least for me, because I don't think I'm like particularly great at them enough that I would want to stream myself playing them. Because they're kind of just, I'm gonna sit here and turn my brain off for like 10 hours. And just kind of wing it. That's a new armor set type. As that is a lot of lore that I will remember almost none of. Looks like just one room, then boss. Rude. I made it to the checkpoint before boss. I will say I did see that the second one, I think it was, if I'm remembering right, was up for Game of the Year. I can't grab those, so it's not like I can throw boss parts back. Didn't realize that this. Okay, so the boss made the no-fly zone. It's a problem for me because I did summon the big robot who is now stuck up there. There's big damage. I think this is definitely made to be a ranged fight. And got it. The no-fly zone was a problem. The question is, do I commit to range to start, or do I do melee like I was? I think the main thing is just when they activate the no-fly zone, I need to go big robot. But the gimmick of the fight just seems to be I need to deal individual damage to the cubes enough that it like removes them from guarding the weak spot. This is definitely one of those missions where I wish I had a partner in the field. Stranger Things new season drops today. I've never seen it. Weirdly, I think the most exposure I've gotten to Stranger Things is the Dead by Daylight DLC, which I've watched but not actually played. And is also no longer available. I thought they removed it unless they renew the license. If they renew the license, then I did miss that bit. I will say the one downside of ranging this is I am slightly just kind of hoping on luck that my auto shield blocks the big laser. How do they feel about stat specs? Hit him with a bunch of acid missiles. And that's the end of those. Hit him with the big fire bazooka. Since we can fly, let's do this. And there's the no-fly zone. Last big potion. actually a little bit surprised that the partner's still alive. And there they go. It seems like I can't block those big boxes very well. This is just kind of a case where I have to figure out a way to chew through their big health bar before they just kind of slam me. And congrats on the streak. I can't say I've thought of any major themes. It is one of those things where eventually I consider doing things like crowd control, but I also don't know what I would play. I think the only problem with like GamerDLM is I don't know when I would actually get to it, especially since I usually pick out 3 games to play anyway. I think the idea is ideally I want to try to just conserve my heals by using my bazooka's ability. It seems like if I'm looking at them, the auto shield works very well on the blocks, but if I look down to heal, then it doesn't. Also, it does not seem to work on all of the missiles, so I just need to watch out for those. I just need to be careful of the electricity and water. direct hit on their weak point is 600 damage with a full charge, which seems... I'm kind of curious at what point can I just kind of brute force them down with the robot reliably, or is there even a point like that? They deal a lot of damage. Kind of trying to just ease back in to pick up the ally. Getting close. I still have pretty good heals. Ninja Gaiden 4 looked real fun, but I do want to play the other Ninja Gaidens first. I also did see that they added Ninja Gaiden 2 to the eShop, or to Switch Online. Yeah, I did see the 4 has a new main character. Yakumo was opposed to you, if I remember. I definitely don't like to jump into like an established series like 6 games in. Partially because one thing I like to do with long-running franchises, especially ones that go back to like the NES, is just see how the gameplay's like evolved over decades. I just think that's a really neat experience. So another armor set that I don't need to care about. And that's third boss done. That one was kind of tricky just because I couldn't really fly, so I couldn't use my main build. I've heard difficulty-wise, they're like pretty much everyone is rough, and I'm definitely the kind of person who, when I do eventually get to 4, I will most likely do like the hardest available difficulty from the start. Unless it's like the one-shot modes, which I tend to avoid. I'll say the only hard difficulty that's ever made me rage quit the game is Final Fantasy Type 0. Because that was just a hard mode where they just made every enemy 30 levels stronger, so I got one-shotted by every enemy in the game. I did want to check a thing here. I think we're gonna start farming bosses for the remaining gear. I need to check what gear I still need. So I know I need a gun fort. Which means I need Achilles, Vanishloa 2. Do I already have Achilles in the shop? Assuming that's a weapon. Or was there something in the secret shop that I missed? I thought I cleared this out, or I was pretty close. I do need one more here, which I need Alpha, Fur, Dreadnought, and Cybele. Let's maybe do Dreadnought as a warm-up. Granted, we did just get a pretty decent warm-up with that boss. There's also apparently another item they dropped that I don't have, so I might need to actually do multiple of this fight. Because I might have missed an item. Yeah, I'm probably not going to do New Game Plus for Yote. It's neat that it's out, and the dual replay feature seems neat. But I usually don't like replaying games unless, especially now like this close to beating them. But also just kind of in general, I don't replay games very often. Unless there's like a randomizer to it. Also, I'm just kind of seeing how much damage my missiles do before I run out. Since this is kind of just a free boss. I'm not worried about these variants. the batteries.
攻撃を緩めないで。 今よ VP が 50% よ。気をつけて。勝てる。勝つわよ。
I think the boss was stunned and I just wasn't paying attention. Kind of want them to come back and bounce. One hit and win.
しまった。
And there they go. So I got the core there. So now I just need to be Cybele and then I can craft the armor for them. Or the weapon for them. I need to figure out what Achilles is, because I can't remember if that's a shield. Maybe we just do a quick gun for a fight just to see what it is. I don't remember if I need another core for them still. Probably do. It does feel nice to go back to like first versions of bosses that gave me trouble and then just basically beat them in 2 minutes.
しまった。
I'm going to guess. It says it's a shield, and I think I have all of the shields. Which means I might be missing something else. Let me just make sure I have that right. I definitely have all of the shields registered. I need to figure out what I'm missing as far as the other one. Missing Vanish low at 2. This one I dropped 2 gear pieces, but I only got 1 of them. So we gotta do the harder version of this boss. Probably at least twice. Both allies are down. I don't really need to worry about. Maybe just to say I did, I'll at least pick them up once.
落ち着いて大丈夫。行きます。
Really trying to hit their spots on the gun. Not get any of them knocked out. And we got a laser cannon level up. Gonna go for this for a bit. Get a bunch of fire damage out on. think the only thing with the bazookas, I don't think it's doing a whole lot of damage to the batteries themselves. I think my biggest critique of most of this is just I wish they would hold still for a little bit. There's one. The downside is, since I know that I'm missing a certain item, which is that one, it means that I'm required to fight them twice in order to get both that and the core. My concern for that one is I don't know what they drop. And Cybele Alpha was another one I needed. So we'll do that one next. I at least know like the next few things I'm gonna need. Considering swapping my bazooka back just because I can't really tell how good fire damage is, if it's any good. I feel like definitely the biggest selling point of the bazooka compared to the other one is just it has a lot of ammo. Which, I mean, maybe that's all I need. Let's go melee to try to wrap this up. This is one of the bosses where I've already got all their equipment, I just need their cores. Or other equipment. think my immediate goal is, before I move on to like another side quest, is I want to knock out like 3 more boss armor achievements. Just any 3. And there's the core we need. I think those are guaranteed drops. So the ideal is, if I clear out both things that are in the shop right now, that I'll just see like 2 trophy pops. If not, then it means I've missed another base level weapon somewhere, which would be in the other shop. Let's do Grouse Beta next, because they're one of the bosses that's a little bit spookier. So hopefully that's the last thing I need for Gunfort. Is just those 2 cores. Generally speaking, yes. There's a couple armor drops that are very luck-based. The others are just I need to fight a boss like 6 times to get enough stuff to craft. Like, I would say there's 2 bosses where their drop is luck-based, and then the other, like 4, there's a finite number of times I have to fight them. It's just getting the pieces to make the armor. The only thing is, they kind of made it so that pretty much every boss piece of gear that I have to craft requires not only getting a recipe from the boss, but also getting 2 cores, and I can only get 1 item per fight. So basically every 1 piece of armor requires 3 boss fights minimum. Some bosses like drop multiple patterns, but most of the ones for trophies don't. And then there's like 2 bosses where I just need them to drop the right gear pieces, which means it could happen in like 3 fights, or it could be 12. There's just no way to know because I need them to just drop the thing I'm missing. And there are no new trophies for the DLC, so that's kinda just for me to finish. But I think there's only like 1 or 2 bosses left for the DLC, and then I'm done with that. I also have to play a bunch of card games, but the card games are not super long. And I've already like beaten what I assume is probably the hardest like card battle because I did the tournament quest line. I will say pretty much part of me is just doing the platinum for this game out of spite because it was such a grind to get here that I just am kind of finishing it up. And it's like very much a needless grind that they often made harder with certain design choices that aren't ideal. Such as making it so enemy kills only count if you get the last hit, so if a party member, for example, lands a killing blow, I don't get credit for it. And and then there's a trophy for 10,000 kills, so I basically need to land 10,000 killing blows with party members who can steal kills that generally for most of the game can't be swapped out. Like even the boss armor that I'm going for now, there's kind of no reason why they require 2 cores other than to make people fight bosses multiple times. And you already have to fight the boss multiple times just to get the recipe and a core in the first place. I'm hoping that this is my last time fighting the beta variants of bosses because they just have a lot more health. Even though I'm not generally worried about the fights themselves. So we got that one. Maybe we try chipping away one of the luck-based ones. I need Amalthea. Looks like head. Maybe chest, but head first if it shows up. So hopefully this is one of the bosses where I just need 1 drop as opposed to like 3, because I don't know exactly what counts. Because there's 4 versions of the chest armor, and I don't know if I need to get all 4 of them. I think difficulty-wise, this is the hardest boss that I have to grind left. And hopefully if it counts all chest pieces together, I only need one. If it doesn't count all chest pieces together, then I need 3 armor pieces. Me and the robot. This boss is just kind of annoying in the way they're designed. Makes me think of Rubicon. It is very much an Armored Core like. I would say the first game was even more Armored Core like. Because they tried to like add an open world element to this one. But combat wise, they're still relatively close. Okay, so this is definitely a real one. He knocked me underwater, so I auto-died. That's honestly the annoying part about this fight, is that they, at one point in the fight, they just decide to go flying over the water, and if I get stunned, then that's just a death. But we go again. Like, there's like a set of circumstances where I can kind of just stun lock them at a corner, like this. And the clones also don't matter. probably the real one. It is not. Oh, we're down to 2. And once I get over here, the only easy way to really tell them apart is just to watch for the one that does a big flashy attack. There's a win. The ones I needed. I forget which chess pieces I needed, so we'll just grab that one. Try a couple more, because if I'm only one item away, I kind of just want to get this one done. Chess pieces I didn't have, which means that if chess pieces count, then we got all of them. Other than the regular one. Make sure the one who's burning is the real one. If I can get the lockout to go to them. I lost them when they decided to make more clones. Well, I found the real one, but immediately got stunned, and then they, I think, spawned in more clones. Wherever the real one is, they are pretty low health. They're way over there. There's a way. Another bad drop. So yeah, that's the problem with like 3 of the bosses I have left is I just have to hope that they drop the right item on a completely RNG chance. And there's also like 6 items per boss. Maybe there's a minor difference in the armor that I can use to like find the real one, but I haven't been able to look close enough because there's just like 5 of them at all times. Awesome, so I'm gonna go for an energy refill. That was a little close. There's a win. That's not a helmet. Just need a helmet. I guess if they give me the regular chest piece, then that would rule out another one, but helmet is definitely one that's required. Gonna assume. Never mind. Almost got him. Half health. That's definitely the real one. The real one is the one who seems to always leave first, but the problem is once I actually catch up to them, and they like spawn in more close. And there's a win. That's not a helmet, but that is the regular chest, so there's only one more armor piece that we haven't picked up. At least I can reasonably assume there's just the helmet, because I have all the other ones marked. I just need them to drop a helmet. At least reasonably sure this is the real one, just because they're taking a lot of hits. Never mind. I pivoted with that while gone. And there's a win. That's not a helmet. This is where RNG is a problem. Because it's just, I need them to drop one very specific piece, and they only drop one piece of gear per fight. Or like, they drop like maybe like 2 max. And then a factor, which I think is like a required drop. Kind of messed up the opening, so I'm just gonna do this. Now that I can't tell what happened there. Definitely wish like the lock-on stayed when they like break any clones. Or at least it locked onto somebody else. Instead of just like completely disengaging the lock-on and sending me flying somewhere else. This is definitely probably the one that I want to get knocked out, if any. Because there's just no way for me to know when he's going to drop a helmet. That was almost the perfect version of that fight. Know where the real win is because they got all mixed up. Real one. I need more energy and I lost them, so this is a good time to get it. And there's another one. Give me the helmet. There's a helmet. And there's a trophy. So I never have to fight that boss again. Yeah, we're done with that boss. So there's 3 bosses that basically have RNG chances to them. If I can get at least one more, that would be ideal. And I kind of forgot which one I need for one of them, so I'm gonna try to find pieces. Because I know I just need their armor set, but I don't remember which armor pieces I already have. Maybe we go for Horse Boss. So I need their helmet. I don't need their chest piece. Don't need arm. Don't need other arm. Don't need legs. And I'm currently using their sword, so we can rule out that one. So helmet might be the only piece I need for this one. I will say this boss is definitely easier than the other one. It's just I did have them unlocked because they were locked post-game. See, I think we're basically done with the hardest boss at this point. Like, I think Legion, as far as bosses, is even harder than the final boss, which I do need the final boss's armor set. I think final boss is the one I need the most for, as far as the RNG ones. Also, we won the fight. This is another one where we just need helmet. Or at least I'm reasonably sure it's just helmet. Luca's actually doing it there. And there's another one. There's helmet. And there's another trophy. So there's only 2 RNG ones left. One of them is a little bit of a mix, in that I both need to get recipes off of them, which are RNG, and then I need to get the cores off of them to make the pieces. So we're gonna try this one. this one I haven't crafted any of the armor, just so I can keep track of them. I just need to look for any recipes where I have no quantity of them. And if no recipes drop that meet that condition, then I go for the cores.
自分の状態にも気を配っていける一気に行くわよやっ何かする気よ VP が 50% よ気をつけて攻撃を緩めないでもう大丈夫よ
So that also means that for this boss, I won't actually see the trophy pop until I go craft everything.
一気に行くわよよっ 勝つわよ気を抜かないでよまだやれるでしょ勝つわよ回復して私をいける警戒して VP が 50% よ気をつけて決めろ さすがだわ
And what do we get? 2 things I already own and a core, so a core it is. So based on this, I might actually just need cores. But I have to assume I need 12 cores, because every piece requires 2, and I was at 4.
いける 今よ
I think this is a case where weirdly, like, the charge laser is just doing more damage. Just whether grabs are a little bit of a problem.
自分の状態
Not a problem in that I'll get knocked out, but more of a problem just in that I get interrupted.
VP が 50%
And it slows down the fight.
気をつけて
So this boss I might already be done with, I just need to fight them 8 times to get the crafting materials.
警戒して今疲弊してるここからよ
But I would have to check the recipes that they drop to be sure. I'm pretty sure I've already crafted their weapon, so it's just crafting all of the armor. I don't think I've done any of that.
しょ。
Because I think I made that one. Gotta grab the core and we can check after this. Because I think that goes to the special shop, which I've cleared out.
Yeah.
Don't want to make a mistake and have that come back to haunt me later, so we'll check now. Okay, yeah, there's that one. So assuming I have all of the armor pieces, it's just fighting this boss until I get enough cores. We just got our 5th, and if there's 5 gear pieces that count, I would assume that I need 10. Which kind of brings me to, like, I don't know why I need to fight this boss 10 times to craft 5 pieces that they drop. It just seems a little bit unnecessary. That means even if I get perfect RNG, I'm fighting this boss like a minimum of 16 times to get their full set. Apparently I didn't have the headpiece, so good thing that dropped. So that should guarantee that I have most of the armor set, so it's just getting cores. Because the only one that hasn't dropped is one of the 3 chest piece variants. At least from what I could see. Also, that means I get 5 roll battles at least to just make sure that they don't drop anything else. Not sure how I managed to land a 1500 power hit, but I want to see more of those just in general. Six cores done. There might be a secret quirk to this boss. Also, good pyramid. Because I don't know if there's a helmet that's like just kind of available in the open world. And I don't know if it counts as part of his armor set. Or if it's just a neat, like, Easter egg helmet that I can find. Slightly phase into the door a bit. Good party member heal. I think we'll try one battle against the final boss after this to try to get their piece. I wasn't really worried about getting hit there. Maybe I should have been. Just need 3 cores, probably. So let's do one match against final boss. Just to see, because I remember if I grabbed their armor piece before. It's either I grab their armor piece or I grab their core. It was a lot of damage. Somehow I hit a 3k hit. My damage scaling up. Bazooka, that's rude. I forget if I have to re-equip that after the simulation fight. I don't think I've actually tried it yet. Okay, so laser cannon kind of makes the final boss push over. I did not get their weapon or seemingly their core. Oh yeah, because the final boss didn't drop any loot. I forgot. Because when I beat the final boss, then it just went to story, it didn't let me actually loot them. Well, I know I'm gonna have to fight them at least once more. I should have checked if it gave me back my bazooka. It did. A little bit slower, but it is maybe comparable. Unless the acid's also good. Yeah, there's another win. Okay, so I need to fight them one more time. And then I can craft their weapon, and then I just need to fight the prior phase for them until I get all their RNG drops. So assuming that Centurion I already have all the recipes for, that would mean that the prior phase of the final boss is maybe the only RNG one left. and the other ones are just getting the crafting beans. So it's entirely dependent on whether I've already gotten all the recipes for one boss, but I might only have one RNG boss left. No way it stops working. I don't know if they like switched to something else that locks it. But there's another win. And I don't need to get their factor, but it would give me an ability that I probably wouldn't use. So let's just finish up the last 3 fights for this one. We're very surprisingly getting down to the wire for what I need, what feels like quicker than I thought it was going to be. Also, getting all of the armor pieces does give me some of the extra collectibles I need, because there's in-game achievements that give rewards. So if I get all of the armor for the final boss, it gives me, I think, a music piece. I need 5 of those to get a trophy. So technically, I'm basically knocking out portions of 2 to 3 different achievements doing this. I think Centurion might have had one, but I don't remember. Like they might give me like a music piece or something if I get all the armor set. But probably once I get like 2 to 3 more armor trophies, then we'll go for a side quest to mix things up a bit, which will hopefully get me some more data logs. Apparently I also didn't have the legs. So luckily we happened to have that drop. That does mean 3 more fights. So if I get this boss done and I get the final boss done, those are probably the 2 worst collectibles left. Because the other ones I just have to pull up a list and find like 3 things that are just available in the open world. I guess card battles might be a little bit tedious, but I don't think they're necessarily difficult. Because I can just find the easiest card player in the game and then just beat them like 12 times. I only really need to find 1 new card player just so I can get credit for getting a new card. Because I'm like 1 away from the 100 trophy. Two more battles if everything goes as planned. Maybe we alternate with the final boss. So based on that, I have helmet and 1 of the arms, assuming I got everything there. And there's our win. We got chest. Do another Centurion match. I'm just gonna bounce between these 2 until I get the rest of the Centurion cores. Thinking for this is start off with Bazooka to weigh down armor. And then just go laser cannon for the win. So let's see how missiles do. There's the rest of the missiles. And another win. 9 cores saved up. I think the arena is the slightly annoying part of this one, just because he can just fall for a while. Oh, that was a lot of it trying to just process the black hole there. Really doesn't like those black hole effects that the final bosses use. It just kind of makes the whole game chug if I do anything during them. So that's 5k damage if I hit him with one of those explosion boxes. I'm pretty sure I had helmet. I don't have the regular chest piece. I don't remember about Greaves. I think Greaves was one I needed. So assuming everything on the right side is something I've gotten, I would just need the other arm. Otherwise, I would need the helmet because I probably didn't grab that one. Love to see the 1,000 hits. There's another win. That's 10 cores. So assuming I have all their gear pieces and I craft them, I should see a trophy pop.
Yeah. 復旧装備をつけよう機材は
Actually gonna do chest last as a test. So I only need one chest variant. So while this one would cost me another core to make, I don't need it because it's not required. And that's another trophy and another boss done. And we got our music reward for the achievement, so that's one of the 5 I needed. Which leaves 4 music and 4 logs. And it looks like, yeah, 18 card games we need to win. And hopefully one of those card games will give me a card as a reward, which will give me the 100. Just because it's been a bit, let's go ahead and throw in a save. I did want to see if there was a quick way for me to use the order of weapons, because I think I have to do it over here. I think placement is just the cosmetic. That'll be a little bit easier for me to manage because I usually keep ending up swapping to melee anyway. For range is kind of more of a fallback one. Let's do one more fight against against the final boss, and then we'll probably pivot to a side quest. So that didn't do as much damage as the prior one. But there's one. I don't remember if that's the arm I already had or if that's a different one. That looks like a different one. Which could potentially mean that I'm done. Unless there's another gear piece that I didn't recognize.
機材は復旧。
戦いのこんな時だからか。
Pretty sure it's gonna be here. Punches an orb with strong gravity. Pursues the enemy and attracts fired bullets, and also attracts nearby enemies. It seems like one that's kind of silly and potentially does a ton of damage. But I also feel like it's probably generally useless on bosses. So there is a piece I'm missing. Question is, what piece is it? So for Void, it's Demeter. I might be missing one of their weapons. It could definitely just be their weapons. There's Demeter for helmet. Demeter for chest. Demeter for left arm. I don't have right arm Demeter. And I got the leg, so it's just right arm. Unless I'm missing one of their weapons. I think we're gonna pivot to a side quest for a bit.
お前が持っているそれは日記か？意外だな。
勘違いするな。俺のじゃない。戦友が残したもんだ。
そうか。中身を読んだのか？
いや、悪い気がしてな。
気にならないのか？
気になるさ。
なら読んでみるべきだな。
やけに気にするんだな。あんたが読むか？
いいのか？
まあな。
愛の告白か、それとも懺悔か。
声に出すなよ。
ちょっと待て。これは統制局の施設を示しているのか？聞いたことがない場所だ。統制局の秘密施設？
なぜそんなことを日記に？
わからんが、調べる必要がありそうだ。悪いが、動けるか？
仲間のことだ。最後まで付き合うさ。
Okay. So that locks off most things while the quest is active. But this should give me a ton of data logs.
それで隠された施設の場所。
今見たところ、おそらく砂漠だな。それ以上のことはわからない。
それだけで見つけられると思っているのか？
慌てるな。この日記によれば、日の当たらぬ地の底にあるそうだ。
地の底？砂漠にそんな場所があるのか？
わからんが、現地へ飛んでくれ。無理を言ってすまないが、頼んだぞ。
ねえ、カード持ってるよね。
Also, I'm just gonna do a quick couple of card matches.
よかったら勝負してよ。
Like, I think I've already
いいね。
had a duel against everybody here once. But let's just try to knock out like 3 or so I don't have to do 18 back to back later. So I get 2 cards next turn. No character cards, so good thing I didn't play. Or good thing I didn't keep one of them. Actually should have played a different one. But it's fine. Because they didn't play anything to counter my 1 card, so we just win. That'll nerf everything they have on the field right now. We are easily winning this one. Need to win any 1 round. I think I just keep the field as is. They completely swapped everything out. Which didn't matter because they didn't play the thing that stops me. Nice quick win. And my goal here is just if I did miss one of these NPCs, they'll give me the last card I need. If I dueled everyone and I didn't miss any, then we just give 4 wins.
まあいいだろ
I don't know if there's a way to check like what card players I've talked to or beaten. Other than if I were to like find a list of all the cards and where to get them and just see what I'm missing. But most of them are world pickups. Or shop items. I don't have any character cards, at least this turn. I thought this was one of the ones that uses character cards, but I guess not, unless I just got lucky so far. Or unlucky, I should say. I'm trying to see if I could discard multiple cards in a turn, and the answer is no. There's a character card. That one. They got rid of their weapon, so she got nerfed, so I think we do that one. And we win. One of them, I guess. Let's try this one.
もう一度勝負がしまたやってくれるの
まあ
よし
And if none of these have it, then I need to go looking for colonies just to see if I can find one more NPC who has a card I need. Nice, easy win there. All emblems are not present, so I can't do the one big card there. So we'll do that one instead. Still one. Now I have all three on my field, so I get one buff card out. I think I just keep my cards as is to see what they do. And we win. Okay, so I never actually beat that one, so that's the last card we need for 100. Which I think got me a couple things. I didn't see everything that I got. Maybe there wasn't anything for that one. Maybe it was beating 30 card games was the one that gives me the thing I need. It wasn't 400 cards. But that does mean that I can pretty much just look for the easiest card player and just win like 18 times. And if I do that, then I get another trophy. Because there's no reason for me to go for any more cards. Other than just to say I did. I think this is the one I missed. I'm just trying to do all 4 here. So that means I'm down to, I think, 7 trophies left. Then we get the platinum. Do I think he's gonna play a character card, or do I think weapons? I think I'll guess weapons. And it's 2 character cards. We still won because it was a tie. But pretty much they're entirely defense-based. They have no attack power. I'm just kind of winning because my cards have attack power. So that was a really easy one. But probably good to know that that might be the easiest person to go against. And apparently it's also one that I never beat before. So now back to the side quest we're on to try to get more logs to knock out a different trophy. So that might be the one we go against just because I know that they play character cards and they play defense cards, which I kind of hard counter. And the reason I'm doing this quest in particular is because it is tied to one of the story bosses. And because and it gives me, I think it's 3 or 4 data logs. So I only need, I think it was 4 or 5 data logs, so this should be most of the ones I need if I finish this quest and find everything. Ideally, this quest line, if I finish it, should just knock out
こんなところに施設が隠され
almost the entire trophy by itself.
さすが統制局といったところか。ここで何をしていたのか確かめさせてもらうか。
I would say, looking at the time, I don't think the DLC is going to be super long, so with that being said, I'll probably finish up the Platinum Trophy today. Like, I would have to have extremely bad luck for that to not happen. Unless there's like a whole like arc of the DLC that I just am not aware of. But even then, I probably still have plenty of time to get through everything. 'Kay, probably don't need to go out of my way for shiny items, unless they're obviously a thing I need for a trophy. But I am kinda still doing it out of habit.
宝の地図に書いてあったのさ。
何をわけのわからんことを。侵入者を始末するぞ。Ideally, that'll give me, I think, the first data log. Also, just as a general check, I can probably peek, so I need 4 logs. There's 3 journals that I can get from this. む、命だけは助けてくれ。
それはお前の態度次第だな。答えろ。ここは何だ。
ここは危険思想を持ったやつ、反抗的な奴らへ忠誠を誓わせるための教育施設だ。被験者の脳の神経とシナプス結合を調節して、あとは薬と再調整プログラムにかけるんだ。どんな強情な奴も過去の記憶を忘れて統制局に尻尾を振る忠実な兵隊の完成さ。
もういい。黙れ。お前の処遇は後で解放旅団が判断する。それまでもう俺の前で口を開くな。
Maybe I get all 3 once I'm done. So we'll just go turn it in. I think my idea is I want to get this whole quest line just knocked out. I can hopefully see if I get the 3 logs or if I need to look up backups.
よくやった。おかげで洗脳施設を潰すことができた。統制局は自分の意に沿わない市民を軍の戦兵やスパイに仕立て上げていたようだ。施設で処置を受けた人のリストの調査は他の団員に任せてある。引き続きこの日記に記されている場所を調査してくれないか。
了解。それで次はどこを探す。
そうだな、西部コロニーの方らしい。水鏡の裏にあるだそうだ。
水中はアーセナルでは難しいぞ。
方法は任せる。頼んだぞ。
乗り物。
Let's, before I go, dip over to the colony just to see if there's a card game, and then we'll just go for the quest. Also, apparently there is another annoying quest line that I can get that gives me more data logs. Ideally, I would want to do that one to get the rest. I think probably after this one I'll like dip into starting the other one. You kind of forget for this one you need to go all the way around.
日記に記された場所は西部コロニーのあたりらしい。水鏡の裏にあるらしい。
But pretty much if I finish up 2 side quest lines, assuming I don't miss any collectibles, it should give me enough data logs to get the trophy. And then as far as collectibles, that just leaves music, which I think for that one I will probably have to look up some of them, because I think even if I do get all the music from the achievements, there's not quite enough to get the 30. I'm going to assume, like the prior one, it's probably a cave. Maybe I just go for laser hits to try to burn them down quick if there's more enemies. I don't think I might just start skipping some enemies. Just to make sure I get through everything. Especially if there's like kind of like a mid-boss like that one. Guess because they fell in, I just don't get that item. Unless they're further down.
今度はこんなところとは。
I feel like this type of area, though, I do want to clear out all the enemies just because I need to be thorough in checking for logs. Or maybe not.
よし。
So if there's anything over there, I definitely don't have the armor to get it. I did hear that there's some particularly like rare drops that might require like going to those places. But they aren't required for any achievements, so we're not doing it. Like, I think there's like a Zodiac set is one of the things. Which sounds cool, but also I will not be using.
ゲイズ、なぜこんなところに。いや、フェムト粒子の濃度が上がっている。まさかさっきのイモータルの能力なのか。
So shield is not doing me any favors. In hindsight, if I had known that I would be fighting more copies, I would have probably held off on just grinding the boss fight.
なんだ、頭に声が。
まさかここを嗅ぎつけられるとはな。薄汚いドブネズミめ。
薄汚いのはそっちじゃない。私は知ってるのよ、このガーデンの偽りの姿を、森人たちの本当の姿を。
黙れ不穏分子め。この女、今すぐ処分しますか。いや、こいつの能力には見どころがある。魔眼、捨てるには惜しい。せいぜい軍で役に立ってもらおう。いい駒になるだろうよ。では記憶処理を施します。調整強度は死なない程度。
Just one more part of that quest line. I think I'm gonna start the other one that I know can give me logs.
は
これは
見かけによらず可愛い趣味ね。
俺のじゃない。
いい人でもいるのかしら。
いや、こいつはヘックスの、あいつの形見みたいなものさ。せめて弔ってやりたくてな。
そうだったの。ごめんなさい、事情も知らずに。
構わないさ。
見てもいい？
ああ。
すごく仲の良さそうな写真ね。楽しそうに笑って。これノインよね。
そうだ。ボイド、ギアワーム、それとヘックス。
この写真だけ見たら普通の人と変わらないのに、どうして私たちは争わなくちゃいけないのかしらね。
争わずに得られるものなぞこの世にないだろう。何かを得たいなら戦うしかない。
何かを得たいなら。あら、このペンダント、中に何か入ってる？これって
旧式の記録媒体か。貸してみろ。ここの端末でも再生できるはずだ。これは座標と地図のデータか。いくつかあるみたいだが、詳細は忘れ得ぬ日々を記録するとしか書かれていないな。
ねえ、ちょっと調べてみない？
気になるのか？
ええ、知りたいの。私たちと戦っている人たちのことを。
俺も興味がある。
それじゃ決まりね。オーダーは私が出しておくわ。こんな状況だし、気が向いた時でいいからよろしくね。
We'll just go right for that one. Yeah, this is another 3-part quest. And the last part drops 3 journals, so pretty much if I finish up both side quests, I should have enough with a couple extra. Maybe after this particular one, then we'll dip and try to get Void's armor. Or his weapon, I guess whatever I need.
座標データの場所の一つがここみたいね。
朽ちた研究施設か。放棄されて久しいようだな。一部の機器はまだ生きているようだな。
イモータルの反応もあるわ。調べるにしても気をつけないと。何の研究をしていたのかしら。
ろくなことじゃないだろうな。
Well, I found a random card. Which I no longer need.
何かおかしな反応があるわ。
ヘックス。
ここからよ。
It seems like I can only deal 1 damage at a time to them, so it's just how many hits can you do.
さあ、実験で生まれたイモータルか。それとも
Don't need that one, I'm reasonably sure. So conceptually that's kind of a neat ability where you can just control enemies and make them attack, but it's also not helpful where I would need it, which is boss fights. Unless they summon ads, which they rarely do. There's a lot of abilities where it's like conceptually this sounds like an interesting ability, but it has almost like no practical use for what part of the game I have left. Let's do a couple void matches. I think it was one of the arms I needed. It looks like it's right arm. There we go.
ボイド出るぞ仕留め敵同士で心が躍るとはな
And stay level still. So right arm was not the only thing I needed. It looks like there's a weapon called Absolute Zero that he drops, and that might be the last thing I need.
Void,出るぞ Let's
the grab there, but I didn't think I could get in range. I guess I should have checked if I needed the factor there, but it doesn't really matter. So we're just hoping that he drops one weapon. Don't really like it when he's flying up. And there's another win. Immensely powerful critical hits, high performance across all specs, but at the cost of high memory consumption. And we got it. And there's another music, which means just 3 more musics. And then we get a separate trophy, but that's another boss done. The question is, do I keep going for bosses now, or do I pivot to something else? Like finishing up the logs. I think I needed one of these fights. And then that'll be all of the semi-difficult bosses done. Other than, like, the DLC boss. gonna go pick up my allies just to get a kill, ideally.
できます。それは終われない。無理しないで。私もいる。
They just never want to let me hit the battery on that. Need them to ideally stop jumping. I just need the boss to hold still for like 30 seconds. If I can get that last bit of health. Just bam. Hits. They did not want to cooperate and let me hit the weak button. So if all goes as planned, it should be when I craft that item, I should get another trophy pop for Gunfort. Which just leaves 3 more bosses. At least 3 more bosses that I have to farm armor for. And there's one. I need some Lapis Lacrima, and then that's it.
よう機材は復旧。
Which which I think I have both of theirs. Here is the level 1s. I need Great Horn, which means I need regular Grausam. Dreadnought needs Dreadnought, regular, and regular Rebellion. Assuming those are the last ones I need, that means 3 big boss fights, and then that's 2 more trophies done. I think if I win this fight, I get 1. And this is baby mode version of this fight. So let's go craft that weapon immediately, and just make sure that I got everything there. I tabbed out one too many times. There's another one. But now, one fight against Rebellion, one fight against Baby Dreadnought. Then hopefully that'll just be another one done. As I, it's unfortunate that I didn't realize that I was missing like one of the bigger boss versions because I thought I just had the baby fights. Hoping I was still locked down there, but I was not. And there's one.
さすがだわ。
So now, weakest version of Dreadnought. Well, they're underground, gonna go. Energy.
何かする気よ。
2, hold still. There's a win.
さすがだわ。
So there's the one core we needed. Hopefully this gives me another trophy pop. Because that would just leave, I think, one boss left.
よ機材は復帰
Apparently that wasn't all I needed. Question is, which one did I miss, and is it the beta version of that one? I got Raider Force 1, 2, and 3. So this one drops something else that I haven't got yet. And then that's the last weapon for this boss. Or I should just say the last item. I don't know if it's an armor or what it is. Either way, it's the last thing I need. Really wish it would lock onto the closest weak point as opposed to just the one on the other side of the boss. Close. Gotta win. There's what I need them to drop whatever I'm missing. That is definitely the thing I'm missing. Means I need to fight them one more time and fight Cybele. So, one more go. Good deal. Gonna pick them back up to be like kind of be a distraction. Ground at the worst moment. Good hit there. Just getting out of bounds. I guess I'll just do bazooka hits. Now just need Cybele. And that should be the Dreadnought trophy. Which just leaves Lapis Lacrima as far as bosses. Which my guess is I may have not grabbed their first form. Which I also don't see in the list here. So maybe I have to go back to where they spawned in during the story. Or just redo the story fight. Okay, just to make this a little bit quicker, let's go big robot.
しないで。私もいる。
Let's go for the finish. And there's hopefully. I mean, it might not be the last side battle fight, but at least it's the last, like, second variation or higher. Every other one should now be just in the first variation of bosses. There's that one. I think I need to get, like, the actual item.
間違いない。どうする？やるの？ああ、もう十分だ。終わりにしよう。ジャミングを受けている際、どこかにノイズ電波を放射している機関があるはずだが。
I can hit him with damage.
表示がまったく乱暴に扱いやがる。被弾した。すまない。わしは表示が
I think that cutscene interrupted the break damage I was about to do. You know? I don't think this is intended. I think I grabbed one of them and got launched in a very weird way. Yeah, we got him. I mean, even though that's technically a new dialogue option, I'm not really concerned about it. I did get a new item there. Or at least I got a development thing. So maybe the boss was there. I just assumed it was going to be with the other two, but it was just earlier. There's Dreadnought's trophy. So yeah, we're probably going to be like less than 5 hours in and have all of the battle-specific trophies done, or all the boss trophies. Unless I like hard pivot to go for the other collectibles. Would help if I knew what weapon type that was that it dropped. Okay, so that's the one, which is a radar jammer. I need regular Dreadnought and Lapis Lacrima, and that should be the trophy for them. We'll just redo the fight, but it should be quicker now because I don't get cutscenes. So there's another quick fight done. I actually didn't realize that I already had the development data, apparently. So I now have 2 of those, but it kind of doesn't matter. This should be the last boss rematch. Because I just need their core, which just means I need to win the fight because it's a guaranteed drop. And there's a win. So time to go cash that in. And then I'll refresh my trophy tracker just to make sure I didn't miss any bosses. Then we just gotta knock out these 2 side quests for another trophy. And there's that one. We're down to 3 trophies, which is 30 types of vlogs, 30 types of music, and 30 card games. So a card game will get me 1 type of music, or 1 like music credit. Logs, I just need to finish up these 2 quests. It does feel very nice to basically be at the finish line because the only thing that's kind of grindy that's left is me winning like 10 more card games. Because I can definitely look at a list and then find 1 or 2 music pieces. Like that is a very minor detour to get a trophy. And then we'll probably wrap up the day with the getting to the end of the DLC, hopefully. I can't imagine there's like 5 hours of DLC left. Because at least from what one person said, it is 4 bosses and I've beaten 3 of them. So I don't think the final boss should take me way longer, even if it's supposed to be one of the harder ones.
座標データの場所の一つがここか。
誰かいる。
And make sure I'm not missing like any random lore pieces because this is right near where the quest is. At this point, I kind of don't even need loot anymore.
こんなところに来るなんて物好きだな。それともあんたもゴミ漁りに来たのかい。
何のことだ。
知らねえのか。ここはかつての大戦の跡地でな。そりゃあたくさんの兵士が命を落としたのさ。そのせいか売れそうなアーセナルの部品やら武器のデータが転がったりしてる。あの悪名高きノインの連中もここで有名を馳せたっていうぜ。まあ昔の話さ。今じゃ荒れ果ててイモータルどものねぐらになってやがるかな。それに最近じゃ女に化けるイモータルなんてオカルト話もありやがる。命が惜しけりゃ深入りしない方が身のためだぜ。
今の話聞いた？もしかして。
とにかく調べてみよう。
レーダーに反応多数あり。気をつけて。
了解。
I'm actually not sure if that log was unrelated to the ones I'm going for. I think if that was just a random log piece I found. Drop the same thing, so nothing there. So if that data log was a new one that's not part of this chain that I'm going for, that would mean hypothetically I already just have to do one quest and I'll be done with the trophy.
俺はどうする？日記を最後まで読んだが、場所を示すものはこれが最後になりそうだ。だが、今回のは統制局の施設とは違うようだな。思い出の場所と書いてある。
そんなところを探す必要があるのか？
私もそうは思ったんだがな。この日記、ゲイズのものだったんだろう。
言ってなかったか？
ああ、ただな、ノインの過去だ。一応調べた方がいいと思ってな。頼む。
わかった。最後の場所は？
森の中にあるみたいだ。こいつの座標はある程度特定できそうだ。データに追加しておこう。
I'll swing by the colony just to check for a card game there. Granted, I don't need to actually go for the out-of-the-way ones. It's just if I happen to be by one, then I'll just try to go for it. And there is a card match here.
このところ軌道エレベーターのあたりが騒がしい。
ねえ、そこのあなた。ねえ、あなたカード持ってない？持ってるなら対戦してよ。
まあいいだろう。
やったー、ありがとう。あ、ちなみに私だいぶ強いから覚悟してね。
I have maybe the best possible starting hand. So they did get a buff because I played a character card, which is fine. But they won the first round just because I happened to play a character card, which doesn't really matter. Although they seem to have extremely high point totals. This is kind of a hard counter for character builds they have. actually a problem for me a bit. I need them to ideally get rid of that sun card, which they didn't. Problem is I can't afford to lose a single round now. Didn't get rid of enough of the one I needed, but I do get a big boost because of the discards. Like, this card is technically bad right now, but it might be the best option I have. If no cards change, then I just win. So we're good. So definitely don't want to do rematches against them because that was a little bit too close.
私より強い人がいるなんて。ねえ、もう一度やりましょう。私が勝つまでお願いね。ねえ、そこのあなた。
ちょっとあんたフォートから来たの。
Already bought the cards there. Just want to check. Just to get my percentage like slightly up.
そこのあなた。
I think we're done here. Also, how many card wins am I at now? Because I've done like 4 or 5 matches. We're at 17, so 13 more until I get the trophy and another music piece.
ここか。この小屋がゲイズに関わりがあるのか。
Okay, yeah, so there's all the journals because there's 4 pages here. So I thought it was 3 journal pages, but I guess it was 4, so I would have gotten the trophy even if I didn't find that random one. I thought it was just 3 for this one.
これ以上は何もなさそうだ。報告に戻ろう。
That's another trophy done. Which means all I need now is music and card wins. Then the platinum should pop. Just because I can, I'm gonna knock out this last quest. There's a chance that I could get like music or something because they're character specific missions.
どこに連れて行ってくれるのかしら。
さあな、行ってみればわかるだろう。
But admittedly, I haven't really looked at the music list to see if there's anything that drops from like quests that are left. This doesn't seem like I'm going through a big facility. This just seems like a random open area event. But after this, I do need to just look at what music I've missed so that I can go for one somewhere. Actually, it'll probably be more than one. It'll probably be a few. Actually, we want to go for card matches because that's guaranteed to give me one. So I'll go to the forge and I'll go against that one mechanic who was just a really easy one.
これが目的地か。墓か。
ええ。小さいけどよく手入れされているみたい。他に何かあるかしら。
ああ。枯れかけた花と。これはログデータ。
帰りましょう。
So there's 3 more logs.
Nice.
ありがとう。おかげで改めて分かったわ。たとえ敵であっても、それがノインでも私たちと同じ。何も変わらないのよね。
そうか。
いつか人間もアウターも関係なく分かり合える日は来ると思う。
さあな。だがそういう考えのやつが増えれば変わるかもしれないな。
ありがとう。
その前にこの戦争を終わらせないとだな。
そうね。そう。これからも頼りにしてるわよ。
So there might be more side quests, but I would have to look them up to see where they are. And I'm not counting the repeatable ones or obviously the DLC. So my options at the moment are either grab the music pieces and then get the 2 trophies to pop at the same time, or I go card games first and then grab the music after. I just need 3 music files and I'll get 1 from the card games. I think I'll just grab the 2 music pieces first. And then the card game will just pop both of them. And then we just gotta beat the DLC, and that'll be where I call it a day. I'll say I did expect this last one to be a bit longer, because I didn't know how many pieces I had left in total, or how long they would take to drop. I would say the final pieces didn't seem too bad. Legions was a bit annoying, but the other ones kind of happened in like 2 or 3 fights. There's a music piece. 1 more, then we get 1 from when I get 30 card wins. Ideally, I want to find one that doesn't require me to go through a facility. I think I was looking at the wrong map. Right over there, so we'll just grab that one because it's a little bit closer. And we got it. That means just need to win a bunch of card games, and that'll be the last 2 trophies. Pretty much just keep going until the trophy pops, and then the in-game achievement will give me the last music, which will give me another trophy. They were one of the characters who play character cards. Unless I went to a different mechanic. I think I remembered what this one card did. Guess that's just 2 character cards. That's better. He basically needs to get rid of all his character cards now. And he didn't, so that means I think, win another one. Not quite, they slightly outdamaged me. I think this is the wrong mechanic. But also I still won, so it's fine. That was the right one, I just had a very wrong order.
ード持ってるよね。みんな勝負してくれなくなっ
I might have just had a very wrong order for them. In which case, the one in the base might be a little bit easier, other than they're mostly weapon focused. Maybe it was this one and I just got the two mixed up. I just realized that is not a weapon, but they played one, so it worked out. I also realized that I accidentally debuffed my one card. But I forgot it applies to any sun cards on the field, not just the opponents. I guess I'm pretty sure that this is the one I was thinking of. Because we definitely just swept them without too much hassle.
強いね。みんな勝負してくれなくまあいいね。
So we'll just farm this one until I get a trophy. Because it's not 30 unique wins, it's just 30 wins. And it also seems like their entire deck is just star cards, so if I play Iris, then they just all get debuffed. They don't have a counter for that. They just end the turn and then we win because I don't think they can do anything to stop me. They didn't even change out the cards. So yeah, they have nothing to counter just this thing that I have on the field right now. And I have better hands if needed.
強いね。 みんな勝負してくれな。まあ
I think I could have even won that with like just 3 cards. Based on like the first 3 I played. After this one, I will need to be right back for a few minutes. And that should be win. Then I'm gonna pause it and I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Be back in a few. And we're back.
みんな勝負してくれなくな。
まあいいだろう。
いいね。
I think we're close to 10 left, or at 10 left. Surprisingly, they have a non-star card. I think that's the only one I've seen them play. They only have weapons though, so I'm guaranteed to get a plus 120, which I think beats every card in their deck. A whole bunch of mashing X and then having to remember that I need to push square to actually talk to him. Admittedly, I don't really understand what the difference is between going first or second in this context, because it kind of seems like it doesn't matter which order you go in, unless it's just the order that it reads the cards off. I don't think really changes anything. It's like the end result is still the same unless like you push your card into the negative and then them going second lets them restore it. Should actually probably replace my one character card, but it doesn't matter.
な勝負してくれ。
まあいい。
いいね。
At least I found a particularly quick match where, like, I basically can't lose a round unless I just get an incredibly bad draw. That one, if I played a different card, I would have won that, so that wasn't really a bad draw situation. No, it's not a win. Can't do anything to counter what's on the field. That should be a win. Let me take a peek at how many more wins I need after this.
強いね。
6 more.
みんな勝負してまあいいね。
Already got the 2 cards that win me the game. I think I could almost just end turn with just those 2 and automatically win. They would basically have to discard most of their field in order to stop it. In fact, I'm just gonna try for fun. No, I have to play cards. They will not let me continue with an open spot. 5 more wins.
強いね。みんな勝負して。まあ、いいね。
There's half of my auto win. And might have been a little bit of a waste, but I also don't think it really matters. Yeah, we still won anyway. I can basically just throw out any card at random, and as long as I keep like Iris or Bulletin, then we win.
強いね。みんな勝負してくれ。まあ、いいね。
So there's the auto win card. I think Bullet by herself actually just does outright win. I don't think they have enough defense or attack to counter. Unless they just don't play 2 weapons, but most of their deck is weapons, so they have to eventually. And there should be win. Already forgot how I was at, but I think that's
みんな勝負してくれ。
3 or 4 left.
いいね。
As far as stars, this is fine, but there's definitely better ones I could get. I think this hand's already good enough to just outright win. I'll have to do 10 more points just to try to guarantee it. A couple more. I do have two cards that kind of distinctly clash with each other, but as long as I only play one of them, it's fine. And if I had to choose which one to get rid of, it's obvious which one I would get rid of, because there's one that can get debuffed by opponents, and then there's one that can't. I know they can eventually debuff that one card because they have like one sun card in their deck. And there's one. If they play the sun card, I swap it out, otherwise I'll just try to keep it in for a couple turns. And there's a win. And there's the 30 wins.
強いね。
I didn't realize that gave me 2 musics for that one. And there's the platinum. Glad to finally be done to that. That was, without a doubt, the worst grind I've had to do for a platinum trophy. Just kind of full stop. So with that, the only thing left to do is to beat the DLC boss, and then we wrap things up. Or at least be whatever's left of the DLC. If they patch in anything else, I will probably not be playing it. Because at this point, I've done the main goal of the game, and the only thing left now is just wrapping up the stuff that happened to drop while I was finishing it.
気をつけて。
Yeah, I think if I were just playing this game casually, I would have definitely had a better time. It's just that going for all achievements was such an annoying, tedious grind that definitely soured a lot of the experience. But let's see what the DLC has to offer.
何何これどうなってるの
奴らにしてみりゃ晴天の霹靂ってやつさ。こんなこと初めてだろうしな。
あいつ何
イモータルが暴走してやがるんだ。自業自得だな。
Oh, charge hits. Fight done there. That wasn't too bad. That's definitely not the boss. Just as a general check. Like, this area looks like there's more to it, but this is also obviously like the biggest figure in the region. It's like maybe there's like optional bosses or things like that that I'm just not gonna go for. Giving me some repair sprays. Apparently they do have a heal. I've just not seen them use it until just now. This looks like a boss arena. Mini boss arena. Oh.
よし
Like one more good hit. So like some potentially new armor things there. I don't recognize that name. That definitely looks like a very odd-shaped area. Can't tell if it's going to be a boss one. But we are getting a full heal before it, so I assume so. That was a lot of damage. This one seems weird just because I don't know how to deal with the way they move. But the idea just seems to be each tentacle is connected to its body, so I just focus on the ones I can reach. I would say it almost seems like, unless there's a thing I'm missing. The move is just to try to stay as low as I can, unless it like erupts up from the ground like that. I don't know if there's a way for me to dodge. So the hard part about this fight seems to be more so just their massive health bar. in the robot. Also, apparently they have some kind of heal mechanic. Fortunate laser hits there. I think if I just focus the main head and ignore the tentacles, I just kind of win. But because I focused the tentacles first, it basically put me at a huge disadvantage. Like, it seems like if I just focus the main head, the tentacles don't get close enough to actually attack me until they get to whatever that laser is. it seems like a laser does more damage. Okay, so some tentacles do seem to spawn in. Just the heal one, I don't know if I can reach it. Stop it. Pretty much just wailing on them, hoping that I can maybe interrupt their recovery. Seems to be the trick there. So the recovery ones can only get hit once. I don't know why it didn't let me get the robot. So I died because I couldn't get in the robot. There's definitely like, maybe I need to figure out what's shooting that laser so I can get rid of it, but definitely the first half of the fight is just wail on their face because I can't do anything about it. I think the thing I need to maybe find for other phases to see if there's a spot I can reach. Really don't want to burn any more energy because then I won't be able to fly. I was actually gonna try to see if I could sneak in some heals there, but I forgot I need to do that. Robot, that would be ideal. I think I needed to wait longer on that burst. I was worried about just getting knocked out. That was unfortunate. realized that they were healing earlier, I might have been able to stop them. Yeah, we got him.
なんとかなったわね。
状況は報告しておいた。あとは旅団の方で対応するそうだ。
Ouroboros is granting a wider range to strike enemies. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do that because farming that boss seems like it would suck. But that might be the end of the DLC. Unless there's like more bosses or more side quests that reveal after this, but that kind of seems like it was intended to be the final boss of the DLC. But I guess we'll find out now.
これで鬼認めてくれるかな。怒られないよね。
怒られるだろうな。ただ間違いなくジョーちゃんはアッシュの妹だよ。
どういうこと？
アッシュはいつも突っ走ってボロボロだろ。勝てる勝てないじゃない。やるしかない。俺がやるんだ。な。
そう。バカ兄を心配するこっちの身にもなれっての。
ジョーちゃんは誰かのためにいつもボロボロな兄貴を少しでも楽にしてやりたかったんだろう。な、無茶をするのも誰かのため、兄貴のため、同じだろ。
ありがとう。でも貸しは忘れないからね。
ダメか。
付き合ってくれてありがとね。また頼むわよ、相棒。
So we got a new partner. We beat all bosses. There's no new side missions. I think that means we're done with the game. Yep, total playtime between the two, about 88 hours. I will say the PlayStation menu says I have over 100, so it probably excludes things like lost progress from deaths, but I can't say for certain. And with that, I think I'm just gonna call it a day, because there doesn't seem to be anything else I can check. Like, The only thing that could hypothetically be left is maybe there's more annoying storylines that I missed. There's obviously like a ton of collectibles I didn't get because they weren't required for trophies, and it just kind of seems like a pain. Obviously didn't get all the armored weapons. Overall though, glad I'm done with this, glad I don't have to do it anymore. And pretty much the lowest field that I see is mines, which it seems like there's a whole one mine that I just haven't made, but I assume I have the part for it. And that's just if I farm out the bosses, I can get all of the passive buffs, which I apparently only have like a quarter of. But let's head out and see Underraid. I feel like it's been a bit since we raided Void, so let's go say hi to Void. So that's my first game of my holiday break done. Which means that just leaves Nier Replicant, and then the Donkey Kong Bonanza event. So Nier is one of those where, depending on how things go, depending on how it goes, I could hypothetically get it done in one stream, but it would be very tight on time, so that one's most likely going to be 2 streams. Where Donkey Kong Bonanza, I'm pretty sure I can finish up what's left in one good stream, which is just doing the event that's starting this weekend and finishing up the DLC boss. So in the event that I do manage to finish Nier in one stream, I'm gonna, as I mentioned way earlier, I'm probably gonna play it a little bit by ear, but I'm basically gonna try to sneak in some shorter games until Yakuza 0 Director's Cut comes out in about 2 weeks. So probably gonna do a Castlevania game, probably gonna do Katamari Damacy, and then I don't know what else. Probably just gonna pick one of the games from the franchises that I've started and then just wrap it up. But with that, still probably the worst platinum trophy I've had to grind for, and I'm glad it's over. I knew when I was going in that I had the idea that I was fully committing, and I mean, it's done, so can't really say too much now. I think base game, if I had not done that, would have been notably more enjoyable. And I probably won't come back if they add any new DLC, because I'm probably not going to keep up with it at this point. But had I been playing this casually, I think I would have had a notably better time. But with that, that's it for me. Thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Void, and bye-bye.